Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Welcome back to hard mode. Sorry I am running a little late today. There was a bit of a snafu with my system. I was making my tea before the stream and I came back and it would not come back from locked screen. Wiggle mouse, stay black. So I had to reboot, and my go live notification still wasn't set right, so little bit of a hectic start. But I am ready to dive into Pyanodons. Last time, where is it? Up here. I got oil power going, at least at a basic level. But we're having an issue here where we only run this, or this runs sort of in a spiky way. Right now we're kind of still catching up on molten salt. Yeah. But even once this catches up and this loop is full, basically this steam turbine is too large a percentage of my power. So when it runs, the game really wants to run it like full tilt, as you know, more than almost half my power, and that causes a problem where we're burning through the molten salt faster than we can produce it. So I got to get this fixed. I spent some time chatting with folks in the Pyanodon's Discord about this, and I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set up more steam engine capacity and some steam batteries, and we're going to rely on the steam battery state and only kick this in when those batteries are low so that they have a chance to refill, and that should help this whole system should help the whole power system stay balanced, with this system still only able to run, you know, some of the time. I might need to end up... Sorry, I closed the map. I might end up needing to build more of these. Or maybe I just want to buffer the molten salt instead of buffering kerosene. I'll need to think about how I want to do that setup, so that when this thing does run, it's, you know, burning through pressurized steam super fast, it... it has the buffer, because right now I can buffer steam, but I can't necessarily buffer this end of it to sort of... Basically, I want it to be more balanced. As this flicks on and off, I want to have the steam buffer that takes over, and then when this flips on and the buffer fills, this needs to have buffered its molten salt or its kerosene so that it can take over. There we go. Those are the words I was trying to say. The other thing that I've thought about with this, which would be a huge boost to power, but maybe isn't what I want to do right now, would be to have another molten salt source. And the obvious easy one is biomass power. So that is definitely very much an option as well, to have some biomass burners with a top-up valve to the molten salt. But I think for now, setting up steam batteries is gonna be easier. So that's what I'm gonna do. And then we might need to drag some signals to enable or disable some things here based off of the steam battery status. So for steam battery, I'm going to want the big tanks. So let's get what we need to build a few of these, which is lead, iron, and duralumin. I think I already do have a steam battery on my geothermal, so I may just need to go into Well, I'm gonna check how that steam battery is set up and how that compares to the actual capacity that I have there, and then I'm also gonna need to set one up on my non-geothermal steam so that that is available as well. What do I need here? Duralumin and lead. Duralumin, lead is... I know I have lead up here somewhere. I do. And more iron, because I always need more iron. Okay. So let's head down to... let me grab steam engines too before I head down, since I know I'm already making those up here, and I'm going to need a bunch of steam engines. Okay. So if I head down to where we're doing geothermal, I should be able to... Oh, I already do have a steam battery here. That's what I thought. But this is a pretty primitive one. Okay, we're going to do this better. Let's see. How do I want to do this? We want to overflow in and top up out. Overflow if it's above 80. And then if we go below, oh, I don't know, 60. That way it's not constantly running just right on the edge. And then, yeah, right now, this is kind of growing. It should get up to that 80 and start overflowing. And then, how many steam engines do I actually have here? 40. I think I can run 25. Let me double check my yafc. Yeah, 25. So I'm going to move this, and I'm going to make this exactly double the capacity just because I like a nice round number. If I take all of this, I think... Will this fit here? Yeah, that's better. And then I've got fuel here already. No. Oh, because we're not putting it on the top. Interesting. How did I end up doing this? Okay. There we go. Now that's passing into this. So this just needs its water. That's also in the way. Alright, so that's got 50 of these now, so it can run it twice capacity off of this buffer if such a time comes. And then I just need to get this running off of, I guess, the water that's already down here. Okay. That's making steam again. So now we just need to do basically this same thing over at the other steam engines. The one's running on 250-degree steam. Yeah. Because, yeah, I don't know how many I've got here. 56? Okay. We'll grow that by some arbitrary amount. How many do I have in my inventory right now? 20? All right. Well, I can add 16 at least. Oh, they're still using old electric poles. That's fine. And then I need to set up the buffer here as well. Okay, and then I need to make sure that I adjust our thresholds. We're going to put this one down to 80. Then I'm going to put this one up to 90. And then I'm going to say this one runs if we go below 80. 5. No, below 80. Yeah. That way we'll try to keep this pipe running at all times. We only top up here when... yeah, when we can handle the draw from this, right? So this is going to sit right around 80. These are going to, in theory, slowly fill. And then when this runs, like now, it should... I'm impressed that that's not running out. But depending on the power load and how much, kerosene we actually have up here, this will use itself up from time to time, and that's what the steam battery is for. May have built enough infrastructure that it's kind of stabilized itself at a ratio of my power where it can actually run consistently, which is cool. I don't know. Hopefully that is just a little more stable, sort of overall in the system. Yeah, this isn't really backing up, though. So I may have overdone it with how many spare generators I have here relative to how much actual steam generation capacity I have. Because this should be, when the thing is running, I want this to be filling up more. So I'm actually going to get rid of a row of these and see if that helps. Because that'll change the overall ratio of steam engine to turbine, and it'll make it pull more from turbine. And I would expect this to, in that case, buffer more. Yeah, there we go, because this can turn itself off for brief pulses now. I do see this now buffering when that's on, which is good. And then when it does turn off, which doesn't have to be that frequently in the grand scheme of things, but when it does turn off, we should see, you know, steam engines will take up more of the slack, which will be both the ones down here, as well as the ones up wherever it is. Here? No. Here, where I am. Okay. Yeah, this is filling now. I think I'm okay with this. With this balance of at least with current power draw, etc., etc. The big thing that I want is I want to be making sure that we're turning all of our kerosene, or all of our heavy oil into kerosene, and all of our kerosene into molten salt, and all of our molten salt into power. That's really what defines all of these ratios between steam engines and this and that and the other thing. Because if this backs up, I mean, it will just revert to burning heavy oil if it absolutely has to. But we don't want it to. We'd prefer that it be, you know, we get a lot more power if it's running here, right? Obviously, if our power draw is low, the heavy oil has nowhere to go, and it'll be used in the less efficient route. But all right, so I'm going to call that done. I took some time in between sessions to kind of go through the to-do list and give myself some things to do. So I'm just going to work through the to-do list, and we'll see how far we get. So the next item on the to-do list is this tin, which is really not big enough for some of the draw that we have down at this end of the base. So I am going to fix that. Ooh, this is not running. Why not? Oh, it is. Okay, it's just slow. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and expand this tin because right now my solder production is tin limited, I think. And if I want to have... Well, maybe we are okay here, actually. What else depends on tin is really the question. Tinned cable for the utility boxes. Okay, and that is currently tin limited. Down here, is there anything else? Not really. Yeah, so we don't have to necessarily make this a full belt of raw tin, but it would be good to make it a little more tin. So I might just like double what's out there right now. And right now we're running, 4 of these, so just run 8 fluid mining drills. I think that's fine. Aluminum plates. Let's see. I know I have engines somewhere. Engine units. Okay. Woohoo. Small parts. There we go. Oh, and what else will I probably need here? Not that one. Screeners and jaw crushers. Let's actually just flip over to yafc and do this. With 8 items a second, we need 5 automated screeners and 4 jaw crushers. Okay. So that's 2 more automated screeners and 2 more jaw crushers. Let's cut this off right here. This is just cut off so that my inventory does not fill up with crap. Okay. 4 jaw crushers. And then, how did I have this done? I picked up the splitter that I shouldn't have split. Output priority right, tin, grade 2 that gets crushed to the grade 1. Yes, okay. The tin grade 2 goes up here, everything else goes down here. And then we will need to have our automated screeners. 5 of those somewhere. For you? Big copper. All right. I'm going to run those up this way, I guess. Tin. All right, and that is tin doubled over here, and that should be enough for our purposes for now. Can't imagine we'll need much more than this. Oh, can that one machine make enough steam? 10 per mining operation, which is 1 a second. So 80 a second, and this makes 60 a second. It cannot. I need one more oil burner, and of course, I don't have the stuff. Here. Might be good to start thinking about, well, maybe. I do have construction bots researched, so I can finally build a bot network. But I am unsure if it is a good idea to be thinking about that yet or not. Pipe is in the way. Oh, the steam pipe. Yeah, we're gonna redo a bunch of this. Okay, so I actually did have that, like, set up specifically for this. Okay. Where is... There it is. Okay. And okay. I think that should be good now. These should be able to make plenty of steam. Yeah. I am surprised that... Oh, I guess these are inserter limited, aren't they? Yeah. I was going to say, I'm surprised that these were all running, because it said I only needed 2 in yafc, but inserter limited. That's fine. The next step, whatever it may be, let's find out. Oh, set up rails on the mall. Okay. That's a thing I can do. It occurred to me that I do have basically everything I need for trains. Were I to desire to make a train, yeah, look at that. I could make a locomotive right now. And a cargo wagon. Not a fluid wagon? Oh, I need more lead. Okay, that's fair. I don't really keep lead on me. But if I am going to be thinking about using rails, I do need to, well, get rails set up. So what do we actually need to make rails? Stone, treated wood, bolts, steel plate, and solder. Okay. So somewhere... Where's my belt with iron and fuel? Here's the iron fuel belt. All right. Steel is here. Stone is here. solder is right down here. Okay, well, this is where I'm choosing to make rails. Oh, you don't need that. You need this, which is going to be bolts. Whoops. Bolts. Another one from that, which is sticks to bolts. Do I remember how to do this? Yeah. Bolts are 1-to-1, sticks are 2-to-1. Okay. Okay. Then we need steel, stone, and treated wood and solder. Steel is right here. Steel. Stone is also already right here. Now I just need the treated wood and the solder. All right. And I need to figure out also how I'm going to power all of this. Treated wood, I don't have over here, but I do have creosote that I'm bringing up for sand castings, and I have wood here for science. Yeah, so I should be able to split that up to like here and do treated wood right here. And that just leaves solder here. Waiting for tin. Interesting. Did I break my tin? Nope. It's just taken a while to catch back up after I... Yeah, okay. It's just taken a minute to catch back up. That's fine. Okay. So we're bringing in, right now for solder, what? I mean, we're making 0.16 a second. Yeah, that's just it. So this is going to be our main limiting factor for making these right now is the solder, because I'm just not making it very fast right now. Hey, Starfighter, welcome in. How are you doing today? Did I say spaghetti? I meant to say solder. I don't even know anymore. But no, the solder is the limiting factor on the ability to make rails right now. Oh, okay. And now I just need to get wood up here, which is gonna go over on this side. The spaghetti is never a limiting factor. I believe in the spaghetti, and the spaghetti believes in me. Yeah, exactly. All right, well, in theory... I'm very going to be very limited by solder, because there's no way I'm making 10 a second. Yeah, 0.16 a second. But as soon as this starts pushing treated wood through, we should start making rails. All right, I'm going to call that done. Biology and rails do get thermited, not soldered. Well, when you're laying them down, you thermite them. I'm not sure what the solder is used for when you're making individual rails. But I guess you normally also wouldn't ship a rail like this, right? So... all right. This system can't keep up with a yellow inserter pulling solder from the buffer, but it'll buffer. So if our rail thing gets full, this will slowly fill with solder, and then yeah, solder will buffer, and then we'll be able to pull it a little bit faster to rebuild rails from the solder buffer. Lead-free solder's the worst. But no, this is definitely full-on lead tin. The good stuff. The lead-free solder just doesn't taste the same. Okay. I have phagogy listed next, which I think is what I wanted to do. I'm going to flip back over to yafc, actually. I've been doing some thinkings about... Oh, yeah, it's all mixed in with everything. I was looking at the scale of logi psi versus pi science 1 and trying to get them to, like, balance out with enough excess rubber, yeah, to feed logi. And this does. And it does it with Vrauk 1s, which is fantastic. I do still need to scale my Vrauk build ever so slightly. I need one more reproductive complex and a couple more Vrauk paddocks, but I don't need to scale it hugely. And then this ratio of 3 reproductive complexes to 9 Vrauk paddocks, I think I saw works all the way up to Vrauk Mark 3s. Yeah. At Vrauk Mark 4s, even at Vrauk Mark 4s, it's basically functional. So this build will just kind of keep working and scaling as my Vrauks get better. So this is what I need to rescale High Science 1, 2. And then I want to build the latex processing up to at least Vrauk 2s. So like how many high pressure furnaces, etc. By the time I have Vrauk 3s, I'll have high pressure furnace Mark 2s, and like this build won't matter. Hey! Masjid, welcome in. Yeah, by the time I have Vrauk 3s, I'm going to have newer buildings as well, I think, for the most part. Maybe. But I do need to scale various parts of rubber at least a little bit more. And then I'm going to be also eventually moving rubber production to better rubber recipes once I have logi. And then we're really going to take off, and I'm not going to have to worry about it anywhere near as much. But yeah, this is sort of the scale that we want to be running at. Vrauk Mark 2's in here, which will give us lots of extra rubber, especially once we get new rubber recipes. But for now, this is the scale we need to build everything at. And that means some adjustments to how we're making the latex processing, just because I'm going to need more DDCs and more high pressure furnaces and a bunch more limestone. And also a few tweaks to how we're doing the actual science production, just so that we can get just so that everything is keeping up with logi. And then logi I scaled for... How did I scale this? What's my limiting factor? Oh, I just scaled it at 1 research center for logi. Okay. That works. Getting animal samples balanced right has been concerning to me when I was going through this. But we'll figure that out. I chose augs for the animal samples because they grow quickly. Like, we already have a lot of cotton guts, if I can find it. Well, I guess only 4 cotton gut labs. That's not bad. But when I looked into using cotton guts for animal samples, they were not ideal. Let's put it that way. Depolymerized organics. What do I need for those? Oh, more liquid manure. Okay. And that comes from... Okay, it's only 1 og paddock's worth of manure for this. Okay. I can split that off from... Can I split that off from battery production? That might be a bad idea to split that off from battery production. And the other question is... Yes, I am making enough extra batteries for the logi science pack. All right. So this is what we're building. This is our scale. 0.13 science a second, which is not a lot of science per minute, but it will certainly suffice. Because this makes 12 in 90 seconds. Ugh. All right, 12 90ths, huh? And then pi science 1, what does this make? This makes 3 in 15 seconds. So if I want 12 90ths, I mean, whatever. I said scale this to 0.65, but I'm rounding up all my building numbers, so I will ultimately end up with enough to just run this at slightly higher capacity than that, and that'll be fine. All right, so let's start with... I want to start with the Vrauks, get the Vrauk paddocks expanded, because I need a couple more Vrauk paddocks and one more reproductive complex. And then I can switch the existing system over to using Vrauk food as soon as I have phagogy built out. So phagogy will be the next goal. Actually, I should do phagogy first. Because phagogy needs time to bootstrap. Right? I'm going to start with like 2 phagogy modules. So let's get the phagogy... let's figure out the phagogy bootstrapping, and that's easier in FNEI because I don't care about things per second. So we're going to make phagogy... Okay, so this is going to need some spores. Those are easy. Mushroom DNA sample, phagogy codex, and steam. And it results in 2. Okay. Ground samples, rich clay, and soil. All right. That's fine. Mushroom DNA samples are fine, but expensive, so I should get those started, because we're going to need, okay, just 1. And then a phagogy codex is easy. The codices are always easy. Okay. And then this is made in, what? A botanical nursery. I probably have some botanical nurseries floating around, but God only knows where. So let's make a new one. And then the mushroom DNA samples. Let's see. Why? One second. Or chat messages. Bam. All right. Sorry. I am on my own for moderating, so I have to take care of reporting spammers and stuff by myself. Okay. The mushroom DNA samples are made in a data array from phagogy codex, automation science pack, and chests. Okay. Let me make a couple of the phagogy codices. And then we will get those mushroom DNA samples started. And then I will figure out what else I need to grab for the phalogy itself. So I have tinned cable happening, well, here, except not. So where else do I have tinned cable? Oh, I can make one. Okay. Oh, I have a bunch of tinned cable in my inventory. That's even better. Okay. Let's head down to our data array and get the phalogy, or get the mushroom DNA samples going. One of our data arrays, anyway. You are going to make mushroom DNA samples for me from these two things and wooden chests. How many wooden chests does each recipe need? Just one. Okay. So those will do their thing as they fill up on science there. All right. The other part of this is ground samples, which are just rich clay and soil. And I should have... I may not have any soil in my inventory. I do have soil in my inventory. So I want 4 ground samples in total. I should have some rich clay somewhere, but I don't know where I put it. It's in a dump chest somewhere. As any of my... One second. Down here, do we have a little bit? Yeah, perfect. My augs generate a little bit of rich clay. So I can grab that. Four ground samples. The spores, which I just need a spore collector for. And then steam and wood in a botanical nursery. Cool. So let's make the spore collector. What do I need for that? I'm gonna need 2 of these anyway. A little steel and a little stone brick. Steel. A stone brick. I mean, I know it comes through here somewhere. The question is, am I buffering it anywhere? Maybe it doesn't come over to this side. I thought I had stone brick over here. Maybe it only comes down into science. Yeah, all right. Okay, 2 spore collectors. And the other thing I need to double check is... do we make phalogy separately at all for logi psi? And I am looking at my yafc, and I do not see phalogy. So I think we only need the 10 phalogy plantations for making the phalogy that I have in the Pi Science 1 chart. Okay. What do I need for phalogy plantations? I need a bunch more soil and a bunch more intermetallic. Soil. And more tinned plates and more wood. Okay. Have, I think down here, a tinned cable buffer for myself. Yes. Four more of those is a bunch of wood. Okay. How's circuits doing, by the way? Are we still glass limited? We're still glass limited. That's sad. Well, maybe eventually my glass will catch up, or I'm going to have to spend a little more time working with glass down there. Hey, Melon, how's it going? Okay, where was I? I need circuit boards and some soil to make the last couple of these. Many figs were farmed. Let's make you a nice even dozen. It's more than I need, but that's okay. Where do I want to try to put the fowage? It's going to be making food for these guys. Maybe just right over here is fine. It's basically zero input, right? So... it is zero input. Okay, yeah. And then, how are my DNA samples going? 1. Okay. Oh, I can... okay, how many of these do I have? Because this needs to get a little bit bigger. 7 there. So these need to go out by 2. So I'm going to need to reroute some of these pipes around. It looks like oxygen, methane, and formaldehyde. Okay. Which I knew I was going to have to do. Right, I've got 7 of these? Yeah. And then I think probably same here. Some of the pipes are in the way. Yeah, just the methane and the formaldehyde at this level, though. Okay. That's not bad. I should really fix you so that you get raw meat and not just jerky. I'm always forgetting about that, but honestly, Nexalit has not really been a limiting factor for me. Although maybe it finally has become one. Oh yeah, look at that. My antimony is catching up, so now Nexalit's the limiting reagent. Okay. Good to know. I'll add that to the list. For now, though, I think I was trying to get a handle on how far over these go versus how big the Vrauks plantations are. And the Vrauks plantations are fairly small. So I think I can do it all kind of in this area, because these two are only going to come over to, like, here. So if I do, like... six of those there. 6 of them there. That's already my entire Vrauks build for the current scale that I am going to be running my anything at. Okay, so this will take, what? 3 spores in 100 seconds. Okay, I don't need anything special as far as inserters or outserters. One every 8 seconds. Okay, also nothing special as far as inserters or outserters. Perfect. Do these need power? Yes. And of course, they don't quite... Oh, and I actually want to let these buffer spores for a minute, because I'm going to need those to make the first Vrauks myself. And this comes right on through. This will eventually be coming to Vrauk food, but for now, what it comes to is a chest, because I will want to be looping, well, grabbing this to put all the modules into all of these. Okay, let's check our codex. Excellent. 2 mushroom DNA samples. 2 Vrauks codexes. Some Vrauks spores. I don't think it's quite enough yet. Okay, no, we're going to want 20 Vrauks spores, 4 ground samples, and a bunch of wood. Okay. How many ground samples do I have? Lots of ground samples. Okay. Wood I need, but that's easy. There we go. And then I just need to drop this thing down in front of a steam pipe somewhere. Do I have steam over here? I want to say I did at one point, but I might have moved it. Yeah, I moved it. Okay. Where's the steam pipe? Not here. Not easily. I could just drop down an electric boiler and avoid needing to do this, but I have steam all over the place, so I figured this should be easy to do. There we go. So I just need some more Vrauks spores, and then I can get my first couple of these. And then it's just a waiting game. There we go. What else do I need to bring in for the Vrauk food? Some tree seeds, which is wood, some agar, which isn't too bad, some cellulose, Bawaji moss, tin plate, steam. Okay. It's just a bunch of stuff that I all have to get in place, and some of it spoils, which isn't fun. I guess that's what the automated factories are for. Rock food. Okay, so we're gonna need to bring steam into this. That's fine. I'll figure that out. Tin plate, moss, Fawaji, tree seeds, agar, and excuse me, cellulose. Agar and cellulose can just be direct inserted, right? Agar is made in a high pressure furnace. Cellulose is going to be made in a... I guess I could also do it in a high pressure furnace, realistically. How much am I actually making? Very, very little. Okay, so if I use the better cellulose recipe with sodium hydroxide, we're looking at... Here, make tree seeds from wood too. Actually, I should fuel you off of the wood. Okay. We are... Yeah, using the better cellulose recipe with sodium hydroxide, we're looking at just over 1 biofactory. If I use limestone... Yeah, okay, we need like 4 and change biofactories for that. That's annoying. Or buildings, I guess, in general. So we'll use this one. I'm going to have to make sodium hydroxide. That's fine. So I'm going to need 2 biofactories, and I'm going to need 2 high-pressure furnaces feeding in for my Vrauk food. Biofactories. Hey! Dangerously close to 100 hours. Somehow I do not think I'm going to achieve high science or logi sci before 100 hours, unfortunately. Glass, steel, and some steam engines. Okay. And am I buffering glass? I should be, but I'm probably not. Yeah, a little bit. All right, there's our 2 biofactories, and then copper plates, conductors. And stone bricks. So, these things are huge. 1, 2, and then my alt mode. You're making agar. That's fine. Steam. And then the biofactories. Basically same deal on this side. They're making cellulose. Oh, wait, I just realized something. This includes all of my... what I need for science, not just what I need for... Yeah. Okay, I only need one biofactory for sodium hydroxide. That's better. And then if I want to run Vrauk Mark IIIs... Okay, we can still run it on 2 high-pressure furnaces. We need to grow our phagogy up to... Okay, just 14 plantations. 1 biofactory still works there. 1 electrolyzer still works there. Oof, that's a lot of salt water. What are my other options? If I do it from salt, we only need 2 salt a second. Okay. Which is a fraction of what my rock salt miner can do. Okay, I might be doing that. And then hydrogen feeds in, chlorine, always the rust loop. I should probably find a place nearby where I'm already making hydrogen, sodium hydroxide, and just scale it up. That seems saner to me than trying to do it on site. Because then I can also centralize saline water. And the chlorine and the hydrogen and all of it. And if I'm doing seaweed, how much seaweed do I need? Ouch! Okay. That's I mean, seaweed is free. I just have to make 30 seaweed crop facilities. There's no better recipe this early on? Probably not. Nope. Not until Logi. Alright, I'm gonna have to make a bunch of seaweed facilities. And I guess I should add 2 more phagogy plantations. So, oh, I'm not quite actually scaled right. There we go. Add a couple more phagogy plantations so that that's up to the right scale. And then we have these 2 things making agar. We're going to have just the 1 biofactory making cellulose, fortunately. As well as a machine making tree seeds and moss. And this is going to suck down a lot of moss. Well, at full scale, it'll suck down a lot of moss. At early scale, it'll only suck down a little bit of moss. Same with the seaweed, actually. So we don't... Well, I want to build it for Vrauk Mark IIs because I'm growing to Vrauk Mark IIs. So 20 seaweed facilities and then 20 moss farms worth of moss. So I may need to grow my moss production a little more. But that's fine. I have the stone for that right now. Okay. So saline water's going to be the big one. I need to get that going. And then the moss needs to be routed over here as well. And some tin. Okay, so I only need one of these. And then the input inserters here. I'm going to do this basically the same way that I've done pretty much everything else that uses volatile inputs. And what I do is I tie the input inserters of these into having a buffered output of what I'm trying to make. That stacks to 100. All right. So basically that there, and like, I don't know, there and there. Then if I grab this wire, I can set these to enable only when my Vrauk food less than a stack buffered. And then same with the inputs on cellulose here. And that way these won't try to manufacture unless there's, there's actual demand for food happening. So it'll kind of let itself balance out. And then I said I could actually use 2 more Vrauks plantations, didn't I? So let's do that. That's 4. Good job, Brandon. I definitely know how to count. For real. Okay. Oh, and these can be hooked up now. So, how many modules do each of these want? It's 10? Okay. I should have some Vrauks built now. Over here. Yep. Which isn't a lot, but I've got a bunch of other stuff to do before I'm ready to switch over to having the Vrauk food running, so I'm not concerned about it. There will be time for it to bootstrap. Swear to God if it didn't end up in my inventory. Okay. What else does this need? Okay, so I need to bring in the... Right, I needed to make 20 seaweed facilities. So for 20 of these, I'm going to need a bunch of limestone and some other stuff. Okay. Should have limestone going on up here. Yeah. What a disaster. Okay. Why do I have so much zinc ore? Why do I have so much stone? That let's head down to zinc and drop off all this zinc ore. That'll free up a little bit at least. Yay! More limestone, more bricks. Cool. And I should go ahead and make like a little buffer for my tin plates here. So I can just grab a stack of those whenever I want. Okay. Let those buffer for a while. I've got enough to at least figure out my layout, and I can just blueprint the rest. Yeah, because 20 of these is a lot. So let's do it over here. Six. 10? Close. 10. Okay. Seaweed, which just needs a bunch of seaweed modules, of course. Let me go see if I can find some seaweed that was sitting around in my inventory and fill up at least one of those fully with modules. That way I can copy and paste it, and my bots will do the rest. Moss. Huh. I am surprised there's no seaweed there. Where else might I have random dump chests full of seaweed? Well, there's some. Okay, yeah, that's enough to populate a couple of them. And each of these only makes, yeah, a tiny amount per second, so we'll keep using cheap outserters. Actually, you know what? Maybe this is better. Perfect. Oh, they need power. Yeah, that would be helpful. All right, so then these are also going to start buffering, and eventually I will grab a stack of it, and it will get fed into here. Okay. We need to bring down now. Okay, I need to bring over the water to give this steam. I'm just going to use an electric boiler. I know they're not the most efficient, but I'm not sure where my sort of main steam bus is around here, and at this point, I'm making a decent chunk of power, so I'm going to take the risk on the electric boiler. Other thing that I need to do is get wood routed into this area. Right now, the main wood path comes to here, down here, where it eventually goes, merges with this fuel belt. Okay. Other way that wood goes is up here. Okay. And I can certainly pull it right there. Yeah, and bring that over to where I need it. Let's do that. And then the other thing we need is a machine for tree seeds. There. And that will just fuel itself off of wood. Alright, so Phaology done. Tree seeds done. Agar half done. Tin plates, and I still need to bring in the... What am I trying to say? I still need to bring in the actual sodium hydroxide. Okay. Oh, and of course it's an electric boiler. Never actually powered that. which is fine because we're making plenty. Okay, I do still need to have biocrud handling for all of this. So this will be just biocrud. And everything gets a biocrud outserter. All right, tree seeds in. Whoops. Biology. Cool. And those will slowly turn themselves on. These I should disable, because they're just going to be making biocrud right now. I need to bring in moss, tin plate. Okay. Tin plate is probably best brought down from this path. Do I have enough tin plate to do that? Excuse me. I'm unsure. This isn't really backing up here. Oh, yes it is. Okay. Yeah, I think it's fine to take the tin plate from here. Because that is basically a straight line run down to where I'm making the Vrauk food. Other option would be to take it from down here. This is a bigger belt of tin. Why is my zinc not running? Zinc is not running because we're backed up on dirt and stone. No, we're backed up on sand, which goes to sand castings right now for chromium. Okay. Things I learned. Did not realize that that sand was gonna come out at that kind of a rate. So, can I make... Sorry. Here's a question. Can I make saline water from sand? No. Of course not. That would be easy. How do I dispose of sand? Concrete. Okay, I can send it over to where I'm making concrete. Sand castings. I can turn it into stone brick with rich clay. I can use it to improve molten glass. Sort it for gravel. Wow, no, I'm onto stuff that I don't have unlocked. Okay. All of these recipes stink. I think I should just send it over to my concrete production, honestly. Because right now... Where's concrete? I'm always crushing gravel for sand, so, like, sending sand over here wouldn't be too difficult. Yeah. Because I can fix up, like, what side of the belt and stuff the gravel's on, I think. And turn this into a split sand gravel belt. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So let's prepare this end first, partly because I'm here. So we need gravel coming down here. And we may need to be making sand. So I want to split out the sand even before that. Really, I want to do it like here. Left is going to be the sand. And input priority left. Then all of this basically just runs as is. And then I want to just turn this into a split belt with sand on one side and gravel on the other. Let's make sure down here that I get this aligned to whichever side of the belt I'm going to put the gravel, which I want to be the left. It looks like right now it's the right. Yes. Cool. Fixed. And then down here, wherever gravel is happening, gravel, 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 gravel. This deposit is no longer doing anything. Okay. So here's where we split gravel. Okay, and it's always at the top of the belt here. So down here, I need to make sure that it always ends up on the left side of the belt as well. So let's just fix that. Like so. And then I hope nothing that's pulling this stone cares about what side of the belt stone ends up on. Nah, because this had stone on both sides before. Okay. So yeah, gravel will always be on the top here. So I think what I then need to do is just take where I'm splitting sand. Yep. And this, make your output priority right so that we do run, what am I trying to say? Whoops, I'm out of belts. Shoot. So that we do run the sand castings whenever we can. And then this sand belt will just follow this along. And I will get more belts. And then down here, it'll just merge right in on the edge here. And that should be taken care of at that point. At least for now. All right, anyway, slightly more organized dump chests. Not that it really matters. It's amazing. I'll look at my inventory and I'm like, you know, I see a couple of stacks of this, that, and the other thing, but it all adds up, right? All right, down here should be where I want to be-ish. Yeah, there's sand. That should do what I wanted it to do. And that should have unblocked zinc. Yes. Good, good, good. Anyway, the reason that I even looked down there in the first place was because I was contemplating which tin source to bring my, which tin source to bring up here, whether it's this one or this one. I'm kind of tempted to bring this one because I know this one is overspec'd for consumption over here, or at least I'm pretty sure it is. Let's see. Circuits pull 2.3 tin, and at a full belt of raw ore, we're making only 2.5 actually, which is, how much do I need? Plenty of spare, actually, 0.066. Okay. Maybe that is easier then. Grab tin from over here. Somewhere. I guess here. And just send it right over and up to Vrauk food. Fuel? That's odd. Oh, because zinc just turned on hard again, and that's going to be drawing a bunch of fuel while this all runs at full speed to rebuffer. Yeah, okay. That's fine. That's life. But this should all buffer pretty quickly. That zinc is pretty, making lots of zinc. So yeah, I'm just going to grab the tin from here. There's enough spare capacity to do it, and it's closer. That's what it comes down to, really. I know I'm disconnecting those, but they're on the to be rerouted list anyway. Okay, and I'm gonna unplug Vrauks here for now, since that's gonna be what was I gonna say? Oh, since I need to buffer some Vrauks for 10, 22 of them or whatever. All right, that's going to be tin input. Biology up here. It's just going to take a little longer to buffer before I can feed that in. Agar's good to go. So, yeah, I got to make... Let's see. I think I'm doing it up here already, aren't I? Yeah, I make salt water here, and I already deal with chlorine overflow? Did I never deal with my chlorine overflow here? That's funny. And by funny, I mean hilarious, but... Okay, so this area is going to need some cleaning up, and it's going to need some expansion, obviously, to make more salt water. First of all, we get rid of this, because we want sodium hydroxide now. So it's no longer a byproduct, or no longer just being burned. The electrolyzer needs to come out. Actually, how did I have this set up before? Okay, I had this set up to make just enough sodium hydroxide to keep this... You know what? I'm going to keep this looping. I take it back. We're going to put all this back. So yeah, what this is doing is it's really a chlorine builder that happens to spit out some sodium hydroxide. That's why it's allowed to stall on chlorine here, because that's all I have it doing. I don't necessarily want to disrupt that here, although I am already pulling saline water from this for other things. Ah, and this one is making what I want. Cool. So here's where we are going to inject ourselves. Okay. And then, actually, do it here instead. This is kind of a long trip for sodium hydroxide, but I'm already dealing with the chlorine byproduct here. And I don't want to have to deal with it someplace else and deal with routing all the rust that comes with that. So it'll come along down here. Ooh, not through there. Okay. Near there, though. Near there. Alright, I'm gonna have to come back with more belts for sure. What am I looking for? Belts. Need anything else? More power poles would be good while I'm here. Yeah. And, oops. There we go. Hydroxide. Which, again, turn off for now, because this is just going to turn into biocrud until everything else is ready. So all that is left is moss, pathology, which is still kind of bootstrapping. Only a little bit left, though. Tin is there. Pathology, moss, agars. Okay, this is basically done. Only Vrauk food into this one. Alright, I need 6 more of these, eventually. 1 more Phagogy plantation, eventually. Rock paddocks aren't too hard to make. Reproductive complex isn't too bad either, I don't think. No, it's not. I actually might even put a fourth one down because I do need to do back in yafc land. Vrauk 2, yeah. To get Vrauks started with this phase 2 Vrauk breeding program, I need a I need cocoons, and those will come from reproductive complexes. And I can just go ahead and drop a fourth one down here, because my setup is really already designed for them to be mirrored. Like, yo. And then I'll have the extra cocoons already, basically. And I will feed those into... how would I do it? I would split them off like here. It would be something like split, split. You're a filter just for cocoons. Your output priority is... sorry, not left, right. So that you will push the cocoons back on. There we go. And then spare cocoons will come down to wherever I can drop one of these reproductive complexes to actually do the Vrauk breeding, which also needs... what other inputs does that use? Sap, native flora. Is that all the same inputs as actually feeding my Vrauks? Slightly different. But yeah, basically all the same inputs as the rest of the Vrauk system. So I'd have to figure out where I want to put this, where it can get the sap. Well, there's native flora. There's sap. So there's, you know, options. But... okay, this just needs moss. And I have moss right here. I'm not sure which moss this is. I'm not sure if it's moss that I really should be using for this. But I've decided I don't care. Well, that just drained. So, apparently, it's not moss that has a lot of capability. Ooh, that's not right for any of my moss. Hello? Maybe it is. Maybe I just need to expand this moss some more. These are all using the recipe with not enough muddy sludge? Really? Really? That's... that's such a ridiculous thing to be backed up on. Okay. Yeah, so this will make 2 a second. This will run 2.5 a second. So I'm gonna just redo this. Figure out what that is. Uh-oh. Okay, good. So let's just get a couple more washers made, and I'm gonna make a real big muddy sludge factory. Stone bricks, iron plates. Okay. Always stone bricks, iron plates. Okay. Now, do I have a spot near all of my moss where I can hook these up? I think the answer is yes, sort of. These just take up a bunch of space. So I think I'm going to do it up here somewhere and then hook back into the muddy sludge line. So 5 of these put out. They can't all be on one side of the belt. 5 of these. Oops. Put out 10 a second. Yes. Cool. So that will feed 4 washers. Making muddy sludge. This is probably way overkill, but yeah, I'll just do 3. Why even mess around with it? This should let me scale my moss a lot more without ever having to worry about muddy sludge ever again. Well, not ever again, but at least for the foreseeable future. And of course, I did this kind of silly. Now I just need the water hooked up to all of this. Okay, muddy sludge. And then that needs to come on down. Okay, that should help these. And then I could probably also throw down a few more if I need to, but they should all be working better now. We will see how much better. How many Vrauks do I have? Plenty. Let's grab what I need for the buildings that I have left. This needs to go up here and be inserted with an inserter, because I want the outer side to be saturated with, yeah. Beautiful. Oh, and I never fixed these pipes that are here, did I? That would be good to fix. Oh, look at me. My ability, as always. Okay. And then the last one is this oxygen pipe, I think. That needs to be routed around. Yeah, bring that down. There's fine. Cool. So that is those pipes fixed. Right, let's grab the stuff that I need for some of these buildings, and I also really need to figure out where I want to put... Guess it can go down here. I've got this here. I need sap. Sap is up here. I should be able to squeeze a couple more, maybe even 4 more moss farms in here as well. So let's look into that when I'm grabbing the stuff that I need. Okay, so I want 3 reproductive complexes and 2 Vrauk paddocks. These need everything. Probably so do the Vrauk paddocks. Yeah, stone bricks, steel, concrete, stone, steam engines. How is my inventory full again? What do you need? Oh, glass and concrete. You also need glass. Okay. what do I need for one more moss farm? Inductors, okay. More moss farms, and what do I need for this? More brick, more titanium, more iron. Titanium, iron, and stone bricks? Yeah. Oh, I need one more of these. Whoops, I forgot. Small parts, steel, titanium, and even more bricks. Okay. Yes, this will fit here. Okay. Okay, well, these guys don't have any, let's just grab a handful of them so we can get the modules in. Okay. Cool. And then down here... Oh, this needs to be limited. Read belt contents. Hold all belts. Enable, disable. If Vrauk food less than like 60. Okay, so I could switch all of these to the recipe that uses Vrauk food now. Same with the cocoons. Cool. And this will already immediately be an increase in my Vrauk production without even upgrading to Vrauk 2s. Do still want to upgrade to Vrauk 2s, though. So we are going to pull these cocoons out. Why aren't we running? Oh, because we have no moss. Yep. That's expected. because my moss is still catching up to, well, everything. Oh, and this is not connected. Good job, Brandon. Ooh, I disconnected a whole bunch of the map, because apparently this path through the middle of my moss was load-bearing. Because of course it was. Okay. So with more than enough muddy sludge now, and a few more of these things running, probably still not enough, but a few more, hopefully we will see this system come back to life. Then here, filter for sap. Let's see, what do I need for... Where can I put this down? Here. You're gonna make phase 2 Vrauk breeding. What do you need? You need flora, Vrauk food, cocoons, and sap, and water. Okay, I gotta set up a little water barrel system. That's fine. I make a barreling machine, yes, and some barrels. I'm just gonna do this. Oh, and then I need to handle when this outputs a non-phase 2 Vrauk. Right. So we're gonna have 2 outputs here. One of them to a chest, which will use Vrauk Mark IIs. And this one will just do normal Vrauks. Then the output of this sort of has to wend its way up here. So that it can join up with... Yeah, how do I want to do that? Let's go this way and up here. There's a method to this madness, I promise. Okay. That is... Vrauk Mark II breeding? I mean, I still need to bring all the inputs over, but I can let it start. These are very slow recipes. Item ingredient shortage. What's not in yet? Oh, and not enough sap. Let me just grab some sap. And then while that is bootstrapping, I can... Let me get this hooked up to water. Okay. That's hooked up. This side needs to be hooked up too. Barreling machine to run. Beautiful. What do I need to bring over? Got native flora here. I don't know what this is feeding, but I don't care. Now it's feeding this. And I need to deal with looping. I'm trying to remember how I do this. So native flora in, it loops around. I want it to be looped around the other way. Input, no. This one I just want to be a splitter. I don't want to deal with the recycling at that point. Sorry. I'm thinking through this as I go. This one will deal with recycling. So we're going to come out here. We're going to go around here. Output priority left. Just native flora. Input priority also left. So that'll loop. And then anything that's not native flora, anything that spoils, can just come right over onto that belt. Similarly, any spoilage, oops, output spoilage can go there. Now I just need to bring in one more belt, which is going to be the one more belt, which is going to be cocoons and food. Oh, and sap. I didn't hook up sap yet. Sap is coming down here. I have cocoons, food, and sap. Okay, that's fine. That could still come right down here. Alright, that's sap, and then food and cocoons. Let's see. One, two. Output priority to feed the existing Vrauks, not the breeding program. Just like cocoons prefer going to the existing Vrauks. Do I need more water barrels? Apparently so. I'll have to grab some steel and do that. But then this will be... There we go. Cocoons and food. Alright, we have a lot more moss coming at this point, which is good. is actually looking... Well, I'm not sure if it's going to catch up or not, but it is a lot of moss coming through. And... What are you... Why am I just composting moss here? What is this for? Oh, this is making extra... I forgot I did this. Right. Because our ash flow has been iffy at best for a while into trees. So I set up this moss composter to just make a bunch of extra biomass that I could burn into ash. I'm going to delete that. And I am going to think about whether I can solve this more correctly. I can find better things to burn into ash, I think. That's really my point. So this whole setup, the way this works, is going to have to fill up with cocoons before it'll start overflowing. Same with the food, though. So as long as these are all running kind of full speed, and they're not, I need more water barrels, it'll do the right thing. So this will just run, I mean, as often as it can. It's a quick recipe, but it's going to have to run probably thousands of times before I get my actual Vrauk. What's the chance? 0.5%. So in theory, it needs to run 200 times. You know, on average, it needs to run 200 times. In practice, probably a little more than that. I've got some glassware. Can I drop that off down, like, here? I can drop some of it off. Some logs. Yeah, okay, our wood is not looking great because our ash is still low. That is not a problem that I was ever really expecting to have. Grab some steel so I can at least get... a bunch more barrels going. And... what else do I need while I'm up here? Pipes are pretty much it. Okay. Some reason I have some jerky. That can go there and just get eventually emptied. What else do I have here? I have some moss. I can feed that to this machine. Some of these other ones. There we go. Cool. So that should help this system get itself back up. Okay, yeah, Moss is catching up here. That is excellent. That is what I want to see. But where we are now behind is definitely in ash. I also haven't really been keeping an eye on how power's been doing since, like, the start of this. I should probably check this and make sure we're... Oh, we're buffering a lot of kerosene right now. Okay. I guess that's expected because our power demand just isn't high enough, but... Question is... Here. Are we backing up on the hot molten salt? And the answer is no. Okay, so I think I need more oil power plants. I can drop one more of those down. I just need some duralumin and some circuits for that. Yep. Okay, and this is just going to take, once again, we have to wait for the molten salt thing to get itself fully... Oh! Didn't even think about that. Wait, how close are we to where I'm already sending ash out? Surely we're close. This belt is ash. Okay. Yeah. We're gonna do this right. We're gonna actually... All right, there we go. There's some ash. That will help my trees in the short term and also unblocks getting that power plant fully saturated. I'm not too concerned. Well, I'm a little concerned because when these aren't all the way saturated, they don't necessarily run well, but we need enough molten salt in the loop that none of them stall waiting for it on its input. Is really the situation. And then this thing running more or less full speed. Yeah. It does seem like we're sinking an awful lot of coke up here. Wondering if it makes sense to... Still not really making enough liquid fuel for everything, though. I was going to say, I wonder if it makes sense to reprioritize this to making steam? Let's try that. This could be a mistake, but This will increase the amount of steam we're making here. Which one should help the whole system sort of stabilize? Oh, these have fully buffered. Okay. But also it'll make a bunch of ash, which I need right now. The other thing I could do is drag a belt from up here, right? Is take, you know, one of these belts of ash and feed it down into the rest of the base. But that sounds like effort. That sounds like a lot of effort. I don't want to do that. This is running pretty much full speed. Yep. Yep. Oh, this is the old boric acid belt. That's right. Forgot that I had this set up this way. To slowly drain the... We just don't use that much of it right now. There is another tech that'll get me more boric acid, but it's a little bit further up the tech tree. That's waiting on cocoons. How are my cocoon machines doing? Are they all running at this point? No. Waiting on sap. You're waiting on... These are running full speed. More or less. Make the sap one populate a little bit extra. Yeah, we're waiting around for sap and moss, actually. Have to see if and when this system kind of stabilizes. Alright, now we're not getting enough sodium hydroxide, which I kind of expected. Because, like, I'm just not making enough, yeah, saline water. And I knew that I wouldn't be. So let's go ahead and expand that. At least a little bit. Start with one washer's worth and move on from there. Okay, that will help a little bit. I'm still going to need more, honestly, but that'll help a little bit. Yeah, where's Ash running out? Ash is not even making it through the second. Oof. Okay, the base is going to grind to a halt on Ash very soon, is what this is actually showing me. Which I'm not super psyched for. Well, while I'm waiting for that, while I'm thinking about my ash problem, let's fix the Digosaur food. That's been on my to-do list for a long time. I always forget about it. Right now, we've got... Okay. Jerky coming out to feed caravans. And then going off here. Not what I want. Instead, what I want is I want meat. And that should improve my Nexalit quite a bit. Well, maybe not quite a bit. It should improve my Nexalit a little bit. And then I can keep feeding my caravan with jerky. I don't care. Whoops. Oh, dear. Oh, good. I have a fix for it. Perfect. There's already a filter there. Don't even have to think about it. And then if it does end up turning to jerky on the belt, it'll still get used as food, but hopefully we'll be going through it fast enough that we can get more ores. That is the goal. They're all stopped on moss. It's not getting enough. I mean, I might need to increase how much stuff I can push into this belt loop here. I think these two inserters are no longer sufficient. So let's rejigger some of this. Okay. And then 2 of these are going to be whitelisted on moss. 2 of them are going to be whitelisted on sap. We're going to hook all up to the system. Moss, less than 80. Then sap, less than like 40. Although looking at how long this belt is now and what 140 moss or looks like, maybe these need to be more like... So I'm using... Here, let's go back to yafc real quick. I'm using, like, 1.7 moss, 0.7 sap, 0.7 flora, and barely any Vrauk food. Okay. And, like, 0.4 water. Okay. So I need like 3 times as much moss as I do sap, flora, and water bottles. In theory. And all those ratios should basically be the same with the Vrauk Mark IIs. 3.1 to 1.3 to 1.3 to 1. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So I'm going to set moss to 150. I'm going to set sap to, what did I say? 3.1 to 1.3 to like a third. Yeah, 50. I'm going to set water bottles to like 50, and I'm going to set flora to like 50. And yeah, that should be close to what we want. Maybe 80 for these nuns instead of 50. I don't know. It's not an exact science. It's really about having enough running. Well, there's 2 things. You need enough stuff running in the loop that things can grab it when they need it, but not so much that it stalls. And I think right now we've been having not enough, so things have been stalling. So hopefully, with a little bit more in the loop, we'll be in a better place here. That... yeah. I don't know. The main thing is they need to be able to fill themselves before... yeah, and see, this is kind of stalling. When it's clumpy, they take a while to run themselves. I mean, I don't know. The ratios are right. Are the amounts right? Is really the question. And I think I'm going to leave it for now. Because it should, yeah, over time, any sort of clumpiness in where stuff gets inserted should work itself out. Oh, I should also fix this. This has been wrong forever. Output priority. Right. Filtered to flora. Then input priority right. Everything else. Comes on down here, merges with the system. Okay. that should fix some of that mess as well. Can this guy just not keep up? It's trying. I mean, I could put another one down. Not sure what I did there. There we go. Yeah, it looks like there's still plenty of room on this belt, so... And then the worker food, or the Vrauk food, is used at a pretty small fraction compared to everything else. So I think that one is fine. I guess. Okay, and this is still slow on sodium hydroxide, which I expected it to be, until I get some salt water going at a better rate. How is this? This could use a bunch more barrels. Maybe I should pull some salt right down to where I'm making salt water here. I mean, I can grow this with stone, obviously, and keep consuming stone, which is also good, because consuming stone means more kerogen, and that means more power. But just requires a lot of washers. Or I could just bring salt down. I may as well make a few more washers, actually. No reason why not. Grab some more pipes while I'm here, otherwise I'm gonna forget. Okay. And 7 of these will pull, a whole 3.5 stone a second. Woohoo. Yeah, I can run a lot more of those and generate a lot more salt water. I might have to expand that some more for sure. Phalange and seaweed are both built to a higher scale than I need, although we're not making this food fast enough right now. There we go, that helps. Let that buffer up a little bit, at least, with some of the sodium hydroxide in my inventory, now that we're making sodium hydroxide a little faster. But what I really want to be seeing is that we are pulling Yeah, these are still not running full speed. $35 for 26, 27, 37. Oh, you know what? I'm inserter limited here. Let's see if this helps. I think this recipe is just... Here, I can check this in FMEI. Yeah, the base recipe... This uses just a lot more ingredients in general. Okay. Cool. If I fix the inserter limitation, then we should be in better shape. And it's going to take a little while for the system to rebalance now that it's pulling things faster. And I might need to push up my moss limit. Cool. I forgot to grab steel so I could add more barrels to the loop, because we are sitting below where I'd like, although it looks like everything's working okay on barrels. Wow, that burned through that hydroxide fast. Oh, my chlorine output. My rust output. What is this mess? I didn't realize that this wasn't... This should never be able to lock up. Oh, I understand. I understand why it locked up. There we go. That should fix it. Yes. Okay. It was this inserter was pulling from the wrong side of the belt, so this priority inserter or this priority splitter wasn't working to make sure that the loop stayed looping. That was a fun one. Okay. Yeah, and this is now working fine. This is spitting out lots of sodium hydroxide. Upgrade the outserter. Cool. That will hopefully get it moving again down here. How are these doing? Alright, you're still running low on ingredients, which means I might need to make my thresholds a little higher. Although, well, there's a bunch coming through. Yeah, this still might need a little more. Just a little more. This one that I just did, yes. Then water barrels are still a thing because I keep forgetting to grab steel. Food is fine. Yeah. Food is used in very low quantities. So I'm not worried about the threshold for that. All right. Hopefully this belt is a little denser and it'll work a little better now. Let's go grab some steel so I can get the barrels up to the amount that I want. I'm kind of babysitting this all right now. I feel like I have to babysit this every time I turn it back on, but... Woohoo! We're actually backing up on Vrauks. Which means we need to scale our latex protection, which I expected to need to do. And that... Oh, I did the Digosaur food. Okay. See if that's enough to make this a little more happy and balanced, or if I'm gonna need... All right, we've got... Oh! I need to be able to also handle meat here. Okay. Which means that I put a bunch of meat up this belt. Yep. Also, apparently a bunch of jerky. I don't think should have ever happened, and I'm not sure how it did. Unsure. But, meat. Meat. Once again, need the meat filter. All right, that looks better. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we're making enough sodium hydroxide now. Yay! Oh, it would help if I used good inserters. Alright, this says for my food demand I only need one inserter here, even though the cellulose plant isn't quite running full steam. So in theory I don't have to improve this, but I'm going to improve this. Okay. That should be able to run at full power now. Might also need these. Okay. And then this is cool. This is caught up here, and there's plenty of food looping around the system. Excellent. We are really backing up on Vrauks, which is great to see, considering I still need to scale my rubber production. This thing down here isn't getting cocoons yet. Oh, and I need to fix sap. Ooh, okay. Apparently we've exceeded our sap capacity, which is just wild to me. Oh. Because I am, as always, a colossal idiot. Okay. What's happening here is that it's preferring to use these ones over these ones because of how this belt is run. So all my sap, well, my sap is being prioritized to go up here. So I think if I do something like... No, that's still going to be the wrong side. This is some of the worst belt work I have ever done. Oh, this is still going to use this because these will be in the way. This is still not what I need. Okay. How do I want to do this? Do I just need to, like, send it down and around and do a priority splitter? Probably. That's the right answer. Oh, actually, just sideload it here. Yeah. That'll be fine. Okay. Yeah, because now this will back up here, and these ones will be pulled from here first. And that should let more of the sap go down here. Although, let's check yafc. I might not be making enough sap for my sap demand here. Making sap from full sap trees. I need 30 sap extractors. Ouch. Wait, do I have sap phase 2 yet? No, sap mark 2 is soon, but not yet. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I might need to grow my sap. That's exciting. How many sap trees do I have here? 20, okay. So with other sap demand in the base, I need to, like, double my sap. But fortunately, sap is just electricity, so I can drop down another 20 of these basically anywhere I want, which is great. So let's get a bunch of sap extractors built. What do I need for those? Soil and other stuff. Stone bricks. Conductors. More soil. Oh boy. It's 14. I want 20. All right, 20. So let's find a spot we can drop this down. We just need to take a duplicate of this, basically. I could do it down there, but I don't love that. Problem is that I need to be able to, like, merge the output of this in with this somewhere. I kind of have to decide at what point am I splitting off sap from moss, because these on their own would use 30. Let's see, where around here can I put this? It does fit down here. This just isn't a great spot for it. But maybe it's what I should do. You know what? Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll do it here, and then I can come right up, and we can merge it in with the sap here. Yeah. Oh, sap isn't the module. Sap trees are the module. Yeah. I forgot about that. Okay, I need to make a bunch of sap trees. How do I make sap trees? Planter box, sap seeds, which comes from sap. Okay. And that's just 2 nurseries. Okay. Where am I making planter boxes? I'm making planter boxes up here for science, right? Right. So let's do a little split off right over here. Nursery 1, nursery 2, sap trees, sap seeds. And these do not bootstrap quickly, unfortunately. Oh, but one of these can run like 3 of these. Okay, let's tweak this then. Let's get a couple more nurseries. Yeah, okay. We're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4. You're gonna make seeds from sap, which is What are you? 5 sap for 2 seeds. I need 40, so that's 20 times 5. That's 100 sap. Okay, and I don't quite have enough here. That's fine. Each of these is going to have an output chest. And then come right around here with those things, whatever they are. All right, and there is sap trees running again. I am going to take a quick break. I shall return in just a few minutes. I just need to refill my water and take a quick bio break. Okay, we are back. Let's see, how many of these did it actually... Oh, I totally missed my ratios there. Okay. 4, 6, okay. I'm gonna need a lot more sap than what I had there, is actually what I'm seeing. which is fine. Let me just throw a couple chests up there and get this running again. Okay. And how many trees did we get out of that first batch? A few. I'm not sure. But my bots will put them in place. That's what they do. Okay. That is a little extra sap coming in there now. Because, yeah, these are all dead on sap. This is not doing what it should be. There it goes. I mean, I'm fine with this backing up. I'm expecting it to back up, but I still, you know, want it to be running. Yeah, we're dying for lack of sap here. Alright, this just still hasn't quite backed itself up, which is fine as well. I'm expecting that to take a minute. It does look like we're getting ash coming through here, which is good. Yeah, we've got ash all the way to the end again. Awesome. That's really good to see. So I should see my fuel is also doing well. Yes. Good. Yeah, and this just needs cocoons, which still aren't overflowing because sap is still broken. Lovely. This is 5 into 2, and then 5 of those into 1. So it's 12 and a half to 1. Oh yeah, there it is. Right there, right in front of me. And I need 20, so that's 250 sap. So I'm going to make extra trees up there, I think. I think I put more sap than I need into it. Okay, I think at this point, the thing to work on is getting our, what do I want to call it? Latex scaled to match how many Vrauks we're going to be producing soon, because I want to get everything scaled to this setup with, even though we have yet to produce a Vrauk Mark II, with Vrauk Mark IIs. So that will be the scale that we're building everything at for that. If we go back to yafc, we can take a look at what that looks like. So for the scale, let's get rid of the seaweed for the agar here. Unlink that. That's fine. I've already built that part. I just need the seaweed for the sodium alginate, which it says is 14. Let's get rid of sort of all of the links that are inputs to the Vrauks. Yeah, okay. So we're making 9 Vrauks a second. Those get slaughtered. They turn into a bunch of stuff. Yep. Okay, so this is right. This is what we want. So we are going to need, firstly, 3 slaughterhouses. We currently have 1. We're going to need a bunch more seaweed facilities, apparently, because I think I only have 3 of them right now, so we'll need 14 of those for this to be fully scaled. And then, you know what? Maybe I also do bring in the agar here. And I say, oh, did that 20 already include the alginate? It must have. Okay. We're fine then. I just need to split off the seaweed from the farm that I already built, because I'm an idiot. Perfect. I do still need to expand the slaughtering. That's fine. And then figure out what all of these steps look like sort of at a slightly larger scale. So I'm gonna start actually by tearing down a bunch of stuff. Do I want to do that? I do want to do that. And tear these down. Tear these down. Tear this down. Tear this down. Tear all of this down. Okay. And I guess this fuel pipe doesn't need to come over here anymore either. Perfect. So this is the belt that we need to fill with our latex. So the final step in that is 6 high-pressure furnaces, of which, what do I have in my inventory? 2. What do I need to make more? A bunch of copper. Always copper. Okay. How many can I fit along this belt is the first question. 4. The answer is 4 of the 6 that I would need. But if I do it horizontally, I think I can fit 6. I'm going to see if I could squeeze it into this space, which is probably a bad idea, but I like the spaghetti, so we're going to try. Okay, there's 6. That's fine. And then each of those needs latex slabs and steam as an input. If I just select latex here as the recipe. How much steam do we need? Let's see. We're just making... Yeah. Remove that agar link for now, because I just care about the steam that I need for latex. And I want steam boiling in an oil burner. Okay, 2 oil burners. And yeah, doesn't matter the fuel. Okay. Got 1. Do I have the stuff to make another? I do. Okay. 2 oil burners. Making steam. Them up here for now. This is the fuel pipe. So we will see if this is... Yeah, this is doable. And water input, TBD. Next, all of those are getting their latex slabs from a 3 DDCs making latex slabs. Okay. And of course I only have 2 here, that's fine. So we're gonna feed these in like that. Like that. And then the DDCs can be 1, 2... We're making latex slabs. What are our inputs? Yeah, we have 2 liquids. Beautiful. And this will come from wherever we slaughter our Vrauks, which I still need to figure out where that's going to happen, because there's no space where I'm doing it right now. And then the creamy latex happens from... five washers with sap and limestone. Limestone from 8 soil extractors. Okay. And I think this is where we get to the point where I'm not going to be able to do that part of it here. Let's grab the sap seeds while I'm stopping to think. And then I'm going to have to find where I want to set up those washers and furnaces for the other bits of the latex processing. Yay! Okay. Okay, what did I say I need? I'm going to need 5 washers to make the creamy latex. Okay, and 3 furnaces making the sodium alginate, but that comes from 8 soil extractors making the... Here, let's go up to base and grab all the bits that I actually need so I have them all. Should have done this when I was up there. I didn't. Washer. What do I need for a bunch more washers? Iron and plate. And I said 5 washers, 5 washers. Okay. One more DDC. Three high-pressure furnaces in total. And a bunch more soil extractors. Eight of them in total. I'm at 7. What do I need? Plates. Always plates. And I'm also going to need 2 more slaughterhouses. Okay, that should be everything I need to get all these bits and bobs built up. Now I just have to do it. So making the sodium alginate that feeds into these is only 3 of these guys, and I do have space for them here. That needs seaweed, limestone, and stone. Right. Already got stone coming down here. I think specifically for this. Seaweed and limestone would also need to come in. And then this all goes basically across here. Okay, and then I need seaweed, limestone, and stone. This limestone needs 8 soil washers, and I can't imagine I can fit those anywhere near... Well, maybe. No, there's no way we're fitting 8 of these in here. Okay, so technically I can, but it seems silly to do so. But sure. Okay. There's limestone. In the broadest sense. That will be limestone. Which means on the bottom of this belt, I need either the stone or the seaweed. It doesn't really matter. I guess I'll do the stone, because that's already here. And then seaweed will have to come in, I mean, right where these guys are, unfortunately. All right, and I'll bring in the seaweed belt at the front there. And let's get this water input figured out as well here. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. That's all one system, so now I just have to kind of hook this whole thing up to the water. Okay. Nope. These need better inserters. Okay, that'll be seaweed, and that needs to come from this seaweed right over here. That's easy enough to route through. Oh. Stone needs to come on. Right. Let's get that in here. Yes, right under here. Stone. Actually, you know what? I changed my mind. And I changed my mind for a good reason. I'm looking at this, and I see 1.8 items a second up there, and I don't think we can do that on the long-handed inserters. So rather than end up in a place where I need to double up on longhands, let's just double up on normal inserters instead. There we go. So stone will come in this side. And we're getting no stone here. We're getting no stone. What happened? This shouldn't be possible. I'm out of carbolic oil again? Shoot. Well, Okay, it's a good problem to have. But still, makes me nervous. All right. Well, we'll have to see how that goes. At least I'm still getting enough stone for the moss. That's on kind of its own thing, separate from the rest of the mess, which is good. I mean, is there just not a ton of demand on my factories right now? I guess not. Which surprises me. I mean, I guess circuits is still glass limited. Everything else is kind of caught up. The science is very slow, so yeah. Well, again, I'll keep an eye on it. Is this game a prequel to Satisfactory? I think it inspired Satisfactory a little bit, certainly. Okay, those are waiting for latex slabs, which need the seaweed. And then creamy latex is 5 washers with... Oh, some of this limestone's for the creamy latex. Shoot. Yeah, like a third of it. I'll figure out how to split that in a minute. These need power. Did I put outserters on these? Apparently not. Okay. That looks good. Those are getting there. This needs seaweed. Let's get seaweed in. Oh, and I'm out of belts. Always out of belts. I mean, really, it all goes back to modded Minecraft, but that's really the origin of the modern factory game, is various automation mods for Minecraft that people played and enjoyed and started making games more like them. The Satisfactory devs have explicitly, or not Satisfactory, Factorio devs have explicitly credited modern modded Minecraft as one of their inspirations. How did this stuff all end up on that belt? I'm not sure, but it makes me nervous. Oh, this isn't gonna work. I'm an idiot. I'm actually an idiot. So the way this was supposed to work... Maybe it will. Maybe it will. There's still gaps in the belt. This might still work. But I don't think it will. The way I had intended for this to work was that this loop would fill up from all of these machines making the loop would fill up from all these machines making the Vrauk cocoons. And then when the loop is full, I want this to overflow. But I don't think it's ever actually gonna do that. Just because of the physics of how I've got this loop set up. So instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna enable you when there's more than, oh, I don't know, 500 cocoons. Then turn off this priority. And what this should do is basically still be the same thing, right? We have enough stuff looping around. Yeah, that should do the trick. Am I 100% convinced that it's right? No. I can tweak the threshold if I need to. But this should work better now, because what's happened is that these aren't running, right? They let themselves back up, and it's never draining. So it's not doing what I want it to do. So I do want this to be able to start running at some sort of threshold. Okay. So the last bit of this that I need, then, is to get the creamy latex going again, which is 5 washers, which aren't that big. Okay. I am shocked that I managed to fit this. Anywhere near to where I had it before. This area is so crowded. All right, that'll be the creamy latex. Water also needs to come in. Water in. So these just need sap and limestone. Okay. Limestone is going to come from here. If I can figure out how to route it, and I can. This only needs about a third of the limestone that I can produce for this build, so pulling it off here should work fine. Then each of these pulls in a quarter of a limestone, so I can keep using cheap inserters. Beautiful. And then the other thing these will need is sap. And I have sap right here, because I was already using it earlier on in making latex. That is going to come... something like that. What is outputting bio? Ooh, that's bad. Lots of things about that are bad. Let's double check our glass factory. Why would there ever be... Oh, yeah. I'm absolutely not handling... biocrud here. What a pain. And then you... Okay. Yeah, we're not getting enough fuel. How are liquid fuels doing? Probably very badly. Oh, look, they're doing very badly. Alright, well, I said earlier that flipping this switch might have been a bad idea, and I think it was a bad idea. I'm flipping it back. We're pushing the coke back into reprocessing to be more liquid fuels. These aren't running full speed, though. Maybe they are. Okay. Yeah, okay, these are stalling on the anthracene. It's interesting. Oh, but that just goes down to be burned. So that's just because my steam is fully saturated. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. But yeah, my glass production has been causing me problems for a while, and I am going to have to, at some point, spend some more time with it. Not my biggest priority at the moment, though. My biggest priority at the moment is finishing up this build for... Are you making Vrauk? I must have needed them for something that I was making down here. I'm going to throw them in this thing so that it always has a few extras, wherever it is. This one. Because, yeah, this needs to run, I don't know how many... Well, I do know how many times, right? It's, on average, 200 times with a 0.5% chance. But I also need at least 2 of them, I think, to cycle it. So it needs to run like 400 or 500 times, probably. Okay. Still get away with 1 caging machine, but then all of this needs to change. What is this? Oh, this is the Vrauks that come off of that path down there. Okay. Get rid of this for now, too. I might need to move that caravan outpost, which I'm not excited about. Yeah, I might have to move this caravan outpost. Okay. And I can't. Okay, this is the formic acid output. What are we waiting for here? Stone? Yeah, we're waiting for stone. Not unexpected. Okay, but we are making a little bit of latex with the new build. Excellent. I'm okay with that. Let's see about getting 1, 2, 3 slaughterhouses for Vrauks. Output to the top, that's fine. And then they're all going to have these various outputs down here, as well as one that goes up, and I will deal with that in a moment. Actually, we can. We can put all these close together. That's fine, too. How much total? 1.5. Yeah, I'll do 3 of these here. Why not? Okay, that'll be the output. They all need 1 more outserter here for the chitin, because that currently just gets recycled. Oh, and I need to bring in their input. Yeah, I'll think about that. Okay. We need chitin on the output. And we need the empty cages as well, I just realized. Okay. So those will come here. Split. Cages left. Chitin right. Chitin goes up. Beautiful. And now I just need their input from the caged Vrauks, which is going to be interesting. Guess we're doing this. One, 2, 3. There we go. What is this belt? Oh, right. There's Vrauks coming through as well. Yeah. Okay. This can come up here. Here. Oh, no, that is a thing I need. Sorry. Up here, up here, up here. There. All right. So that should be that. Oh, I need cages, of course. I don't have anywhere near enough cages. Solder sticks titanium. Okay. Yeah. But my stone shortage is definitely going to become a problem again. All right, I know where I have some spare solder stashed, I think. So I should be able to make a stack of cages. Let's see, these should have not very much solder in them. Okay. But that is some cages at least to start, so that this will be looping these a little more quickly. Oh yeah, how many Vrauks per second am I actually going through now? Okay, still only a quarter of a Vrauk per second, so that's fine. I don't actually need better inserters yet. All right. I mean, in theory, this is it. I could use more cages, of course, but that's not... That's not a major issue. How did this end up like this, with biocrud on? Oh, I get it. Okay, yeah. So the biocrud was coming up along the right side of the belt, but then because of how this split is done, it ends up on the left side when it goes wrong. Because we split out the petri dishes, the biocrud goes left. Okay, yep. Understood how that happens now. Okay. Yeah, and we're backed up on the formaldehyde because we're not getting enough stone, right? That's the limiting reagent. Okay. Stone up here. Interesting. I guess that's just a side effect of how the fluid is distributed when it's not running at full speed. I don't think there's a problem necessarily, but I wonder if I want to, because this is the one that comes down, and this runs moss, which is important, and it runs something else. Is this just more moss down here? Yeah, more moss. Okay. So this whole belt is just for moss. But it is basically slowly backing up, I think. And when that does, more of the carbolic will be diverted to the other half of my stone, which is just... Where's it all going right now? Where do I split it off? Because I'm not getting much stone at the... Yeah, this all looks very full. Okay, so a bunch is going into landfill. That's fair. I could do that to start with. Okay, and then a bunch is getting taken right here. Interesting. Okay. What I think I want to do is do something like I only want this to run like when landfill is backed up, right? Because that means that the whole system is full. And then some of this gets split up here. What is this stone for? Okay, this is what comes in for saline water. And then the other half of that split, God, what a mess, comes down, and I think this is what's feeding, yeah, here. All right, I'm going to go turn off the stone crusher at concrete just entirely. Remove that whole set of inserters. And I'm going to see how my stone does. If it backs up again and I'm running too much carbolic, or if this helps. For now, I can also just manually drop a bunch of stone into these things, which will help the whole thing sort of re-stabilize itself. Oh, and we can do interrupts, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I want to add an interrupt to this guy. Yeah. Okay, he's waiting to empty. That's fine. And then I'll add an interrupt for him to be able to... Yeah. Let's get that figured out. Oop, nope. Don't want just any meat coming out. We just want the jerky. And then this can come out here. Caravan outpost. This will fill with jerky. Then we're going to add an interrupt. Add eat conditions. Food count. Below. 10. Add destination. This one. I'm not sure what he's trying to do right now. He's meandering. Go eat. I want to see it do... Oh, and store food. Sorry. Let's make sure this interrupt actually works before I swap it off. There we go. Full food. Now he's going to empty cargo, which, yeah, the demand here is pretty low, so he'll be hanging around for a while. Did turning off... Is that all I needed? Just to turn off a couple of... Apparently so. Okay. Yeah, this is backing up. That's fine. Oh, I want this... That's work. Okay, I'm going to prioritize this one here. So that way we prefer to send stuff into this system and only the overflow goes down to feed the Vrauks. Because the Vrauks have their own... Okay, and we're out of worker food. Because we've been out of stone for salt water, which is rebootstrapping itself, so the worker food should catch back up. Okay. I think that is pretty good progress getting rubber expanded. I guess it is pretty much running at full speed here, isn't it? Yeah, so we should see all of these running, in theory. I don't know if I have enough cages coming through the system yet. I probably don't. All right, let's get what we need to make some more cages. And if I can get the cages, then that should really get this system, like, working. And then yeah, we're making more formic than we can consume right now. All of this is slightly overbuilt for the formic capacity of the system. So it will all eventually back up a little bit relative to the formic, but right now I've got a lot of Vrauks, so the system is kind of just catching up. But with more cages in the loop, this should pretty much catch up on these Vrauks. We should be making a lot more latex. Yeah, look at that. Why aren't you running? You might not be able to run, actually. You should be able to run. Yeah, just not full-time. Okay, yeah, because it's like 4 and a small fraction is the right number of these. But with all of this latex, we're now going to be making a lot more rubber. Yes. Well, no. Because this thing's running at full capacity, which is only 1/4 of a rubber per second, and I need like 1/2 of a rubber per second is what I think I decided I needed for science once I get logi going. So there's definitely still some catching up to do there. And at the moment, this is just gonna I don't know, it's gonna come in here mostly. Because I think we should be backed up, and let me see if I can find the assembler. Oh, we're not backed up on these. Okay. So we are still making... I would have thought this was backed up. Oh, but I guess I did turn off rubber for a while I was rebuilding latex, so... Yeah, alright, it is backing up slowly. I need to make this all more efficient. I'm already using the hot air recipes, but I think changing which recipes I'm using to make the liquids will make this all much more efficient, because I'm burning a lot of fuel making a very small amount of molten glass, because this is still the very, very first molten glass recipe. So let's look at the to-do list for next time, because that's going to be improve molten glass at glass 1. I'll just say improve molten glass. I know which one needs improvement, because I know the other one's running the latest thing that I have available. After that, the things that need to get done are the things on the path to logistics science, which is, as you can see, still a big mess of stuff that I haven't even figured out yet. So there's a lot to do in here. Like, what's basic substrate used for? Okay, solidified sarcarus. And there's so many things that overlap between these two things. I'm tempted to build a... You know what? Yeah, let's take some time right now, and let's just do a unified science page. So we're going to be making High Science 1 and Logistics Science. We're gonna fixed building count of 1 for the Logi Sci. And then we're going to set this to that same 0.13 a second. And then let's go create nested table. Because solidified Sarkarus. So yeah, this will import. Here we go. And now I can see all the things that sort of each stage is importing versus what it's using. Yeah. Perfect. Because like both of these need basic substrate. This needs to bring in some native flora. Needs to bring in some batteries. The depolymerized organics are just from this thing. Yeah, and that's liquid manure that I need to split off. That's something that I already produce elsewhere. Plasmids I'm already producing, although I'm not sure if I'm producing them at enough scale. And then the cotton guts are really where we have the specialized stuff for this science. Cotton gut pups. We need Relesia seeds, which come from Relesias. Oh, which need hydrogen. Interesting. We'll make soil specifically for this. We will do the water loop on site. We will do animal samples in here, and we will do alien samples in here, which are from ground samples, and One second. Poor alien samples. We're going to make poor alien samples. We're going to make them their own nested table again. And actually, I should do that as well for the Relesias. Create a nested table for the Relesias, because they do their own soil. There we go. And then in here, biological sample, ground sample. It has its own soil. There we go. That's what I want to be seeing. This is going to take a while to fully get treed out, I think. And there's a lot of inputs still, so we're not... By no means are we done. But, like, basic substrate doesn't spoil, so I can make all the basic substrate in one place, probably. I might need to use an automated factory, but, like... What do the inputs look like? Incubated petri dishes and cellulose. Yeah. And the reason to use an automated factory here is just that it's a little bit bigger, so it's easier to wrap it with the 4 microorganism mines that it needs to avoid, you know, these petri dishes spoiling rapidly, because they do spoil rapidly. All right, so cotton guts need their own moon drops. Do I want to do that on-site or off-site, like as part of the cotton gut growth? And really, cotton guts should have been their own subtable as well. Sorry. There we go. The inputs to this are still ridiculous. Unfortunately, the answer... what do I need? The animal samples. Okay. These need plasmids, which I'm already making, and that's fine. We need urea, which comes from liquid manure, right? And I already have liquid manure as an input for the depolymerized organics. Yes. We're going to do the urea inside. These also need Vrauks seeds. Okay. Let's remove that. Let's remove this and this. Sorry, I'm figuring this out as I go. So Vrauks seeds will be their own nested table. And why isn't this working? Link has no production. Link ignored. Because this ended up... Alright, if I link that... I think I broke it. I think I managed to break yafc, which is always impressive. Here we go. Unlink, unlink, unlink. Okay. So now I should be able to... Okay, add the production. Make this a nested table. Now we do it. Okay. And now it's calculating all the way up the chain correctly. Perfect. So that is the Vrauks seeds. So let's actually get that going there. And that's the Vrauks seeds for everything. So both for the poor alien samples and for the cotton guts. We will also need moon drops for the cotton guts. Make that a nested table. Drop seeds. Yeah. That's fine. I don't know what the soil is for. These guys will need tree seeds. I'll make those on site from wood. That's fine. Wood can be an input. I'm just kind of looking at, like, what are the things that are my inputs to this versus not. And I think the big thing now is the poor alien samples need bone meal from bones and steam. We will do steam... And I'm just going to say it's an electric boiler for now. I'll figure it out on site later. All right, so kind of everything that's coming into this now is reasonable. Urea we might not make on site. We might pull that from... Let's look at the augs, actually. Let's look at our augs. They are this build. Because we do make urea here as well as the liquid manure. And we could... This is really just scaled for batteries, so if I was gonna do augs for more manure for science, I should expand it a little bit, or even do another build. But I don't think it's totally necessary, because I'm not sure that our circuit thing will ever run at full speed. So yeah, our inputs here, subcritical water. What's that one for? Ah, What needs... Oh, the solidified... Yeah. Create a nested table. All right. That is narrowing down our total number of inputs. And then the last one is like the animal samples and the poor alien sample. You know, figuring out what do I want to slaughter for most of these meats. And everything else that's an input to this is actually reasonable. Biomass is fine. I've got soil as an input somewhere because I didn't put it in the right place. Moss is fine. I mean, I probably need to expand moss again, but that's fine. Hydroxide, I'm going to have to expand. That's fine. Heat. Where do we have heat as an input? Under here. Okay. What is the minimum temperature for this recipe? Does it say? Not in yafc. Okay, let's check. FNEI. Incubator. Okay, 200C. So we can use... It's the building, not the recipe, of course. We can just use... Yeah, a burner. Well, not fueled with wood, but, you know, raw fiber. Whatever. For the heat input. Okay, so the solidified Sarkarus chunk looks reasonable. Cotton guts. Need... How much moondrop did we end up with here? 7... I'm going to get rid of that as a separate table, and I'm going to put it in here as part of the cotton gut build. They are going to get their own little dedicated moondrops. Decision made. That's its own build. Moondrops don't need any inputs, so it's fine. Okay. The Relegia seeds, though, I think I'm going to centralize because I have to send those to both the cotton guts and to the poor alien samples. I also do need to figure out a good source of rich clay. Well, maybe not other than manure spoiling. I mean, if I'm going to make another AUG build, I can spoil a bunch of the manure, right? That's totally feasible. Need to decide what I'm doing there, for sure. And then the animal sample needs all of these animal bits, and I need to decide what the best creature to slaughter for that is. Pi Science 1 by comparison, super easy. Yeah. And then plasmids will be a build unto itself. Nested table. This needs laboratory equipment. This needs the optical sets, equipment chassis, rubber. But I think I'm making all of these things at sufficient scale now that we're gonna be fine. Just trying to get these down to sort of get them down to their fundamentals, right? Like, why do I have carbon black there? What's pulling in carbon black? Plasmids. Why? Because I added rubber. I don't want to do that. Consider rubber an input, please. What's using condensates? That's fuel. Fuel should always be gasoline and raw fiber. I am already making the plasmids and laboratory instruments, by the way. It's just a matter of getting that sufficiently scaled, and I think it's limited by rubber in my current factory. We go take a look. Actually, now that rubber is scaled up, it might be running a little bit faster. I mean, not super fast, but... Yep. Laboratory instruments, still rubber limited, for sure. And then those get sent down here, where they do become plasmids. And alternatively to well, right now the plasmids all come down here, where they become cDNA, which apparently I now have a stack of. Not sure why this isn't running, because these are just regular pieces. Confused. These also need to stop, though. Apparently I don't have these set properly to filter based off of the cDNA. Oops. So these have just been running and looping forever. Wasting power. Good to know. But yeah, plasmids will, will need to be directed out of this build towards science at some point. That's... Alright. I think I'm going to call it here. I'm not sure exactly what the priorities of all this yafc work are going to look like on Thursday's stream. But they're going to look like something. And then, you know, I think it's, you know, one thing at a time, right? Like, we're making basic substrate for Pi 1, but it's not at the scale that we need, so we're going to have to scale up basic substrate. Plasmids we're already making, and I think as rubber scales up, plasmids will be fine, glassware will be fine. So there's some cleanups for Pi Science 1, you know, again, mostly around the basic substrate build. But once that is sort of scaled up, then I think we can pretty easily dive into logi sci, and I guess that means Relesias first, and then cotton guts, and then I need to figure out, again, things like the poor alien samples and the animal samples and what those look like. Yeah. So that'll be next time, is starting some part of this science disaster. And yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to logi sci. I'm running out of stuff to research in in just red science, so I'm gonna have to start taking projectile damage research soon if I want the factory to keep running while I'm stalled out. But thank you very much to everybody who's been watching. I really appreciate it, and thank you very much if you have tuned in on YouTube to the VOD. If you are watching the VODs on YouTube and you want to watch live, the link to my Twitch is, as always, down in the doodly-doo. Also down there is a link to my Discord, if you want to come hang out. If you're watching on YouTube and want to do anything to feed the algorithm, be that a like, comment, or a subscribe, they are all always appreciated. Small channels live and die by the algorithm. So thank you very much to everybody once again. Tomorrow's stream is Kerbal Space Program, KOS only, which I've been having a lot of fun with. And then Thursday we'll be back to Pyanodon. 99 hours, 8 minutes, 25 seconds. All right, not quite 100 hours this session. We will hit 100 hours on Thursday. And with that, thank you very much, everybody. I will see you next time.